We're here today to discuss Resolution 225, which is giving this committee the duties to investigate the number of jail incidents, CJC as well as MSI. I'm going to start with Charles Bryson. So, Charles, you want to come over? And thank you. Oh, you can't hear me? Charles, I'm going to swear you in. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give in this cause will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. And thanks for coming. Just for the record, can you state your name and title?
Charles Bryson II. I am Director of Public Safety.
And how long have you been serving in this capacity, Charles?
About 4 years, sir.
4 years. Just for the record, give us your experience before the City of St. Louis. What were you doing before you became, I know you was working in the mayor's office and now you're Public Safety Director. What were you doing before when you were in the state?
Before working in city government?
Right, city government.
I was the Eastern Region representative for the Missouri Housing Development Commission. Before that, I worked with the state of Illinois in terms of homeless services. Before that, I was the Head Start Director for the Springfield Urban League. I'm sorry, before that I was the Executive Director of the Harrison Youth Center. And before that I was the Director of the Urban League of Springfield, Illinois, Head Start.
Okay. Have you discussed this testimony with anyone prior to showing up here today? Remember, you're still in the oath.
Sam Dotson and I have conversed.
That was it?
That was it.
So I got a question. Last committee hearing we had, I gave you a list of questions to respond to.
Yes, sir.
I have yet to receive that. Is there a reason why?
Certain pieces of information have been difficult to obtain, but I have most of the answers to your questions, and some of them can frankly not be answered simply because the process of discipline is still in effect. And so there are certain people that there's certain instances that you've asked about, and those people have not gone through their disciplinary hearings yet, and because of that, those should be admitted or not admitted to the record because of their disciplinary hearings still have not taken effect yet.
So why didn't you give me what did I ask? I mean, what I asked for? Just, you know, if I gave you 15 questions, why didn't you give me the 10 and then give me a reason why you couldn't give me the other 5? I mean, that was September 28th. I gave you that, and this is October what, 17?
And I do apologize for that, Mr. Chairman.
Who reports to you in the chain of command, apparently, in your position as Public Safety Director, addressing only the CJC and the MSI? Who reports to you in what chain of command?
The detention superintendents, which would be Pat Schomer at MSI and Leonard Edwards at CJC.
And who do you report to?
Who do I report to?
No, go ahead.
Okay. What I've done, sir, is I have created a management team which would encompass not only the detention superintendents, but the chiefs of security, the maintenance staff, the person who is in charge of protocols and policies, the people in charge of IT, so that we can get a more well-rounded conversation about the needs of both facilities, because both, at one point in time you're going to have to prioritize where such things happen. For example, IT staff, maintenance staff, because that's going to require dollars, that's going to require some time, And so what I've created was a management team that would oversee both operations so they could feed off of each other and have conversations about what the issues were of the day, who was doing this. For example, the chief of security at MSI, who is Irene Mitchell, came up with a better mechanism to hold captains and lieutenants accountable for the rounds that they must do, and a way of them getting information from their CO1s on a regular basis. So Irene Mitchell brought that to the team meeting, which then Tanya Harry, who's the chief of security at CJC, is going to institute. So those kinds of issues come up when attention superintendents talk about what maintenance needs to be done and what inmates are doing, because occasionally we will have an inmate who is at MSI who must go to CJC for whatever reason. What is his history or her history? And more to the point, are there maintenance issues that both facilities need to have addressed, and how do we do that on a regular basis?
Okay. So who do you report to?
I report to Sam Dotson, who's the Director of Operations, as well as obviously Jeff Rainford, Chief of Staff, and the Mayor.
So you report to Sam Dotson?
Yes.
Who do you report to before Sam came into play?
Well, the position was vacant, but literally I reported to Ron Smith, was Director of Operations, and then there was a period of time where there was not a Director of Operations, so I reported directly to Jeff Rainford.
So since there's no longer a commissioner in this position, are you responsible for the day-to-day operations of the jail?
No, the detention superintendents are in charge of the day-to-day overall operation of the jail.
So on the 28th, if I can remember, I was looking at that. You said you were responsible for the day-to-day operations. Have you changed your mind now?
No, I may have misspoke. In terms of the day-to-day operation and what goes on in each facility, Pat Schomer is over MSI, Leonard Edwards is over CJC. I work with them on a regular basis and sometimes even hourly to address the issues as they come up.
So in your position as Public Safety Director, would you say you're more of a hands-on?
Yes.
You are?
Yes.
So you watching the day-to-day operations
Yes.
and making decisions for the
I wouldn't-
CJC and MSI?
I wouldn't necessarily say I'm making decisions. I'm working with them on how those decisions are made.
Okay. So are you familiar with the unit manager, Charles, in the CJC and the MSI? You know what the unit managers are?
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
Yes, sir.
Would you agree this is a critical position with CJC and MSI?
Frankly, I would defer to the detention superintendents. I don't want to misspeak about if they think it is a critical position. There are certain things that both MSI, that differ between how MSI is supervised and how CJC is supervised. I know that they, at CJC, for example, and maybe true at MSI, they do an area management concept. And so within that, there may be a specific need for a unit manager, which actually is a housing unit manager. Cameron Daniels is at MSI, and Reggie Moore is at CJC. Okay. And those specific duties, excuse me, those specific duties may differ to some degree at both facilities, but the general nature is to attempt to begin to address some of the inmate needs. So some of the issues that they may have in terms of diet or dietary products, counseling, they may not have been seeing a caseworker as much as they should have. They may not be getting the proper referrals. They may not have they may want to change who's on their visiting list, those kinds of issues. And those are kind of operational as it relates to the inmates. So that may look a little different between CJC and MSI.
So do you know how many unit managers you currently have?
I have two. One at CJC and one at MSI.
Well, when setting the structure up for CJC and MSI, how many should they have? I know what you have now. You said 1 and 1.
I don't know that that structure has changed since the opening of either facility.
So how many does it take to run the CJC? Because you got MSI as 1 floor. CJC, you have what, 4, 5 floors when we did the tour?
5 floors.
5 floors?
Well, 3 of them, I believe, are housing related.
So how many does it take to run the CJC then? Unit managers?
I think it depends on the management concept at each facility.
That's right. You changed that then. Is that what you're saying? You changed the management concept?
I have not, no. Well, I've worked within the structure.
So I guess I'm trying to ask you the question, when these facilities were constructed, there was a management style put in place for the public safety as well as for the running of that facility. How many unit managers do you know run the CJC, or should you have that run the CJC?
I don't know. I'm trying to answer your question, Alderman. I don't know what structure existed when they opened. I know over time the management structure has changed to some degree, but I don't necessarily believe that the unit. I think the unit manager has always been one. I believe there's always been one chief of security and one detention superintendent at both facilities.
So in your experience, do you, or would you say that they're necessary, unit managers?
I don't believe, sir, that that's for me to say. I believe that's for the detention superintendents to advise if they need more than one unit manager.
So if that's not for you to say, didn't you not make a recommendation to get rid of several unit managers in the budget cuts?
I did.
Okay. So if you're not sure how important they are, why would you recommend?
The recommendation was those positions had not been vacant for quite some time, and they could have been a person could have been hired in those positions. If those positions are vacant for 4 to 6 months, then I would assume that it wasn't necessary. The second part of that conversation, sir, is there was a strong need, and I called the State Department of Corrections and asked the importance of a chief of security. And what I was told from the state was that is the second most important position in the chain of command, and yet it was not filled. There were no chiefs of security at either location. And so my recommendation was, if this position had not been filled for quite some time, then is it necessary to be filled, and or given our budget implications, should we not have the second most important position filled, and that is the chief of security? So my recommendation was that after detention superintendent, again, this is State Department of Corrections, the second most important position was the chief of security, and that's what I was suggesting is because, and you know, Alderman, you know very well, sometimes we have to look at one position versus another position given our budget constraints. That being said, it was more important, in my opinion, within the State Department of Corrections, that the chief of security position be filled. Before that, there were no chiefs of security at either MSI or CJC.
But I'm talking about the unit managers. I didn't ask you anything about the chief of security.
But that conversation that you are sort of looking at really refers that.
You're assuming what I'm looking at. That's not exactly what I'm looking at. You had several conversations. I guess the question is, you recommended the budget cut of the unit managers. I'm going to go through all of them. And I guess based on your conversation, you got your recommendation from the state.
No, I asked the state.
So what experience do you have to eliminate the positions such as a unit manager? I'm just talking about the unit manager. I'm not talking about the chief of security, the superintendent, commissioner, none of these. I'm just going with the unit manager right now.
All things being equal, I would rather have none of the cuts. But in our budget situation, you sort of have to pick and choose your priorities. Having been at that point in time, and I'll stand by this, when I asked the State Department of Corrections, and I asked them a much more open question And they were the ones with their experience and their knowledge to say the important position, other than detention superintendent, is the chief of security.
So you
And I
took
said,
recommendations, Charles. You didn't have a formula you used. You didn't look at the entire structure, the security of the CJC or MSI. You just start making cuts.
well, I had the table of organization that was given to me. And the table of organization clearly stated sort of who was where. But you have to remember, those positions had been open for quite some time. And so if I were to choose a position, that was more important in the scheme of running the day-to-day operation, I was going to pick, and that was my recommendation, that we look at the chief of security position for both MSI and CJC.
So you discussed the chief of security. That position was taken out of the budget, subsequently to creating a critical void in the security of CJC. I mean, you just discussed chief of security, but you took it out of your budget.
No, I did not take it out of the budget.
Who took it out?
Frankly, Mr. Stubblefield argued that he would rather have the unit, the housing unit manager positions to stay in the budget and filled because he could do more things under those positions than just chief of security. And frankly, I relented and said, if that's really the way you want to go, then that's fine.
So when was Mr. Stubblefield removed? On what day?
I want to say the 19th of September, sir.
19th of September. Okay. I'm going to stop there and start going through my committee members. Alderman Wells, do you have any questions for Mr. Bryson?
No question.
All right. Alderman Kennedy, you have any questions?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to come back to some questions about the extent. And what have you identified as the causes? You know, how are they able to get out of those commonalities, if any?
The commonalities have to do with two things. One is staffing and what action staff took that may have precipitated an escape. Second thing is how we are monitoring what staff does. So there's a chain there, obviously, correctional officer ones and what they do, but also what do lieutenants and captains do that may have enabled those individuals, said individuals, to have escaped. The third thing is the facility, and so we have tried to address that at each and every point. The first thing, obviously, is we want to hire more correctional officers, and we're doing that on a regular basis. I believe we have 33 or 39 more coming by the end of December. The second thing is both the chiefs of security have put in place new protocols that they can monitor both what lieutenants and the captains do on a regular basis, and to some degree have those captains and lieutenants work very specifically with those correctional officers in their area. The third thing is obviously the facilities, and we're doing everything we possibly can, and frankly within budget limitations, to address the facility issues in terms of obviously at MSI we have the barbed wire now placed where we think it's appropriate. We're also looking at, and that was on the fence, we're also looking at the poles and making sure all the poles, because the last person literally pole vaulted out, making sure the poles are also taken care of. At CJC, we have put a barricade up. I'm sorry, at MSI, we are also encapsulating the the glass block, so we're encapsulating that in steel and making sure, therefore, you can't penetrate that. Over at CJC, we're working on, number one, we're working on the where the last escape took place to make sure that they cannot get out of the infirmary, but we're also making sure that our protocols and our surveillance equipment allows for us to monitor those inmate activities, inmate movements in a better way.
Have there been more escapes at the CJC than over at MSI?
As a total number, I think we've had more at MSI.
Over, say, the past 4 years?
MSI,
MSI?
yes.
Okay. And so what lended itself over at MSI in the plant itself, in the physical plant itself, to those escapes?
Well, working backwards, I think, they had never had an incident since MSI was built around a glass block. So I think that was a surprise. But and I think there's no one issue. For example, the escape before that had to do with people leaving gates open. And so, you know, as you go through your perimeter, you should always close the gate behind you. Well, it wasn't done and it wasn't checked. So I think there are some failures on a correctional officer level and a surveillance and a continued surveillance level, so that there is always a check and balance, and that's what really makes a jail well run. Is there's always a check and balance at every point, whether it's a correctional officer 1, whether it's a lieutenant, whether it's a captain, whether it's the surveillance equipment. All of those things help and make that a secure environment.
Okay, then over at the Justice Center, what physically lends itself to the state?
Well, there's been few escapes at CJC, and I think that one was an aberration. Frankly, I think that person was lucky to get out of that facility the way they did it. But we have tightened that up, and I don't necessarily believe that while everybody, every single day, every single hour of the day that's an inmate may be plotting something, I think we have begun to tighten up that facility and deal with some of the irregularities posed by that facility in a much better way.
Are there any agencies or organizations or entities that inspect facilities like MSI and the Justice Center that can give assessments as to their overall security ratio, or ways to make improvements based upon the actual facility, the actual buildings themselves?
Well, interestingly enough, we always have at least 2 visits by the state marshals, because we have a contract with them, and they've always deemed our facility appropriate. I think we have to go back to them and say, what did you not see during your visits? Because this has been going on for a number of years.
Now, this is the state?
The state marshal's office? The federal marshal's office. So we need to go back to them, number one, and say, what things have you missed, or things that you didn't look at that we now have to go back and ask you to do. There also is obviously the State Department of Corrections that could facilitate, that could enable us, as well as there's an institution called the NC, one at a time, National Institute of Corrections. Thank you. National Institute of Corrections, that offers both training on staffing as well as review of facilities.
And so all of those have looked at the facilities?
No. You're asking me who could.
Right.
The federal marshals have been in that facility.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. And their review of it was?
I'm sorry, and the grand jury comes in twice a year or once a year? Twice. The grand jury comes in twice a year.
And they actually look at and review the facility itself?
Yes, they walk through the entire facility, every floor, every nook and cranny.
Are they looking for more than just issues related to escapes?
Well, that's what we have to go back and find out exactly. What are you looking for? What, do you have a checkoff sheet, and what is on that checkoff sheet, so that we can say, here's what you were looking at. Can you look at these issues as well, to make sure? I will tell you, we're going to do the best job we possibly can to make sure both facilities are escape-proof. But we also know, especially in our population now, we have people 24/7 plotting and planning to do something. And so we just try to be one step ahead of them, trying to have those outside entities, and maybe a variety of outside entities, come and review our facility. Will do nothing but strengthen it.
And so since the last escape, is it your plan is to have these entities come in at this point?
Well, right now we've had, the simple answer to your question is yes. We had KAI and the Board of Public Service come in and do a walkthrough facility with us and give us some thoughts on how we might be able to improve the facility structure. And we've begun the process of doing that. And so that's the first step, because those were fixes that we could identify sort of immediately. And then the second step is then ask those outside entities to come in, take a look at our facility separately, not together, but separately, to see how we can improve both the condition of the facilities as well as staffing patterns.
What is the standard procedure when there is an escape afterwards? You know, do you review, what do you review staffing issues? Do you look at the building facility? What is the normal procedure?
The normal procedure is that night we will look at how the escape took place and try to piece that together. We'll ask, the police department always comes in and helps. The police department will always come in and help interview staff, and that might lead some clues to what was missed. Then we will go back and start to review the facility. How did the escape happen? What was the escape route? Sort of piece together that evening, if you will, which then may require us to piece back several days. Maybe there were some phone calls that were made. What did the visitor list look like? So we try to do a thorough sort of guesstimation, if you will. How did this occur, and what steps backwards should we now look at going forward? So, for example, if an inmate escaped over a certain way, what precipitated that person to know that that was an escape route? What precipitated that person to know that that particular shift? I mean, you have to remember, we have 3 shifts. So in a 24-hour-a-day cycle, how did that particular inmate know or think they knew that, A, I could escape at this particular time using this particular methodology? So we try to review and piece all of that together. Then we can create a better plan that says, well, maybe it was an issue of a correctional officer, maybe it was an issue of a gate, maybe it was an issue of a design flaw in the particular facility, maybe it could have been a number of other factors. So we review all of that when making an assessment of how to move forward and what other pieces we need to put in place.
And so what have you identified out of all of that, or are you still just in the process of doing that analysis?
Well, I think the identification is simple. Number one, we need to make sure that we train and retrain our correctional officers, CO1s. Number two, we need to make sure our correctional officers, both one correctional officer, twos, or lieutenants, supervise their areas. 3, or an interaction with. It's one thing to walk up and down the hall and just look at what are you looking at, and how are you supervising this area? Number 3, what are the captain's duties and responsibilities, and are they effective in what they're doing? They should be the link between literally Correctional Officer 1 and 2's lieutenants and management. So what are they doing in their area to make sure that they know and are on top of everything? And that may include maintenance reports. Are you taking the maintenance reports on a regular basis? Are you feeding them to the proper person so that they know that a particular lock or a particular cell is bad and it needs to be fixed right away? And are you doing your follow-up? You know, a maintenance issue that's left a long time poses a hazard. So how are we making sure that up and down the line, throughout that chain, we have people who are staying on top of things? But then there's also the how are we supervising the facility? What are we doing to be able to connect? And that requires, you know, the chiefs of security are 24/7 positions, much like the detention center. So at any given time, they should be there on all 3 shifts. Maybe not that day, but over the week. They should be on all 3 shifts, walking through there, because they see things that others don't. That's why they're chiefs of security. Between their knowledge and their experience, they should be able to say, I saw something last night that, or in the middle of the afternoon, that concern me. Let's get my team together so that we can hash this out. What goes on at briefings? So we know for sure that at each briefing, not only are we talking about protocols, but we're talking about memorandum that day. You know, hey, you have somebody who is violent in a particular cell. We need to monitor him or her. We need to make sure we stay on top of this particular person. So there's a lot of things that go on each and every day that we need to just make sure that we're doing right, and that begins to minimize the problems that we see. The other thing is our surveillance equipment. How is our surveillance equipment assisting us in making sure that our inmates stay in the facility? And if we need to increase the number of surveillance cameras or whatever, how are we going to do that? How are we going to pay for it? And that's a question that we're having now between management. Do we need more cameras? And if so, where do they need to be located? Where are the blind spots? And staff has identified some areas that cause them pause. So we have to figure out how do we get more cameras in a proper location in those facilities.
So are those the items that you've identified that lend themselves to this most recent scheme?
I think, you know, in running a jail, those are the day-to-day issues that are always there. I think we've got to figure out, and we have begun the process of, here's what needs to be done at each and every, and I don't want to get too close to it because, again, some of the folks are still within the process of their discipline. But at each and every place, how are our staff managing the facilities, making sure that they turn in those maintenance reports, make sure they're communicating, make sure they do simple things. Don't walk around and just push the buzzer. Make sure that you're looking at each and every cell to make sure that if an inmate's beginning to craft something, then be able to see it and to address it.
I just want to be clear. What have you identified for the specific issues that lent themselves to the last scheme?
There were, I would argue, they were largely human error.
Human error.
Yes.
Okay.
And that has to be addressed both in training and retraining. Just because you're on just because you're a CO1, a lieutenant, or a captain, you have been trained, but you also need to undergo retraining on a regular basis. One of the things that we're doing is we're hiring a correctional training officer who will, and that's a new position for us. We have a person who's been acting in that position for some time, but we've never had that position fully staffed, who then has the ability to go out and not only do the training themselves, but any other entities like the ones mentioned to assist in training, so that we have staff, both CO1s, correctional officers, and lieutenants and captains, not only trained the first time, but just like in any other sort of correctional public safety entity, they're properly retrained on a regular basis. Not only that, one of the things that we've talked about is how to monitor what they do, how to set up performance measures within our correctional system, so that when each person is evaluated, they're evaluated in a way that makes sense. You know, one of the things we started instituting, one of the questions Alderman Carter asked was about the internal affairs. There are 4 people that we have in internal affairs, and they all have other duties and responsibilities. One of the things we need to do is find a way to hand those off so that they only are responsible for working in internal affairs. And that way they can, what we did, we had them trained about 2 weeks ago on our surveillance equipment, so that they would properly know how to utilize it, so somebody can burn a disk for them of the activities for that night, and then they can go in and review it, and they can so literally in this pod I can see this activity, in this pod I can see that activity, and I can then help with that information given to the proper authorities to say, you know what, I reviewed this tape and I don't see anywhere, I didn't see a lieutenant on any floor at any given time, or I didn't see a captain anywhere, or the correctional officer was just pushing the buzzer, but didn't look in any of the cells. So we now have a tool that we had not utilized previously that says, I want to use the surveillance equipment not just to survey or not to have surveillance over what the inmates are doing, but I want to have surveillance equipment over what our correctional officers in total are doing as well.
So have you identified, you said it was primarily human error. And
Yes.
have you identified specifically what that human error was? That last
It is, I'm not sure how to answer your question. I think, you always have to be cognizant when you are in a jail, much like when you are a police officer. You have to be cognizant of the element that you're dealing with. And folk have 24/7, 365 to try and figure out what you're doing and not doing so that they can figure out how to escape. And so we always have to think about what are we doing that may lend itself to an escape or to harm to another correctional officer or harm to an inmate.
To your knowledge, is there any jail or prison or correctional facility that is, in recent times, let's say over the, well, are there any that have never had an escape, to your knowledge?
I don't.
I know some, they claim some things on television.
To be honest, I don't know of one. I don't think, you have people who are going to try to escape. That's sort of I don't mean to make light of it, but that's the game we have to deal with. You have people who want to try and escape. And whether they get past one door, whether they run down a hall, the definition of escape sort of escapes me. Because they're going to try everything as an escape when you are able to figure out how to bust out of your cell and run down the hall. That's not, So, no, I don't know of any jail or prison where someone hasn't tried to do something.
Then, is there a, for lack of a better way of putting it, is there a average that happens, that the various facilities say, these so many prisoners have escaped typically in a year throughout the United States?
I would ask them, let me preface the answer is, I really think it depends on the jail. I believe it depends on who's being jailed, and it also depends on where the jail is located.
I'm trying to get a sense of, is what is happening in St. Louis something unusual, or is it something that typically happens in various types of prisons like this or jails like this? I'm trying to get a sense of that.
Well, you have to remember, we had escapes in 2001. We didn't have any escapes after that until 2010, is that correct? So we literally went 9 years without an escape. Now, we've had 3 in a short period of time, but we had 9 years where we did not have an escape. Now, I don't know, frankly, if that meant people were, quote-unquote, not trying, or they were trying and not successful. I think each and every day, staff is tasked with thwarting inmates trying to leave their cell. And so, again, the definition of escape is you're outside of the perimeter. That really sort of is. You've made it outside of the building, whether you've made it to the fence or not. And so our task, literally, is to keep people in the building. And so there might, on any given day, there might be somebody running down a hall thinking, if I make a left here and make a right there, then I'll be able to, quote-unquote, escape. When the fact of the matter is, they're not going anywhere. All they're going to do is run into a dead end.
So is there a technical definition as it relates to, first of all, is there some kind of correctional association?
There are several, yes.
Several.
Yes.
And St. Louis belongs, or these particular belong to one of those associations?
I would ask, are there any, do we belong, that you all know of, to any correctional association? No.
Okay. But there are some?
Yes.
And do most jails or correctional facilities belong to some kind of association? Not really?
Leonard, you were in St. Louis County. Did you want to?
Well, I can't really elaborate on that because I have to have national knowledge of
Yeah.
Right. Okay.
So you don't know? Okay, thanks.
I'm just trying to establish an understanding, as I said earlier, if this is something that is an anathema? Is St. Louis out of sync with what's happening with other places? Does this normally happen? Is there some kind of national average for this kind of thing? And I know there are lots of variations. I was just trying to get a sense of that through asking these questions.
We can try and come up with some of that information for you, excuse me, in terms of what quote-unquote a national average is. I would argue that that may be relative to the jail, to who's being housed there. I mean, we have a rash of people right now who are bound and determined to destroy both MSI and CJC. They're not trying to escape, oddly enough. They're just trying to destroy the facility. And so but you're dealing with a population that has changed over time. I think they are younger. I think they're more aggressive and assertive. I think their intent is to be disruptive at the minimum, if not hurtful, to both the facility and individuals. And so I think we are at a point now where our jails are in danger simply because of the type of population we have.
What was you said the last major ones were in 2001?
I believe 2001 was the last escapes. And I think they were all together. I think they all left at the same time and were recaptured.
Do you remember, or do you have any knowledge of what the jail population was at that time?
I know. The Pat would probably. Was the jail population similar to what we have now, or was it much lower? Lower.
No, it was higher.
In 2001?
In 2001?
Yeah, you had up to 2,100 people.
That's roughly where we are now.
That's the numbers we got from you guys.
That's roughly where we are now.
Right. Okay. So they were high numbers in 2001. And we're looking at what kind of numbers now?
We're at roughly 2,200.
Right. Okay.
22.
Yeah.
Again, I was just trying to see if there was any commonalities or similarities between that time and now, and what that could give some indication that, well, when we begin to see these kind of populations in the city facilities as they presently are, there's typically this kind of increase in the possibility of errors and escapes.
Well, Alderman, we were roughly 4 years ago, we were at roughly 2258, and again, if we, at this point, could concede that the definition of escape is you have moved out of the perimeter, then I don't know that we had any quote-unquote escapes, even when we had a huge population of I believe it was 2258 or 2300, somewhere close to that. We didn't see what we've got going on now. Again, I think part of this is not only on the correctional side, but we have a different population than we had then, more aggressive, younger, willing to take those chances to try and escape, where we did not see that. Again, 2258, roughly the same staffing pattern, so it's not that issue, and we didn't see escapes. Now, same population, and we're seeing people, a rash of folks trying to get out.
Okay. So you're crediting that to the type of population you have today in terms of...
I think the inmates we have now are much more aggressive, much more assertive, much more violent than we've seen at any given time that I know of.
And I just need to go back slightly. So when it comes to the issues related to building design, you are in the process of doing a review. There are parts of the building design that may lend itself to escapes. You're in the process of doing a review to see what improvements could be made.
Absolutely. We're working with the Board of Public Service, who has been very helpful to us. We're working with KAI, which is one of the architects. We're also going to have to use outside personnel, or outside resources, in order to determine are there other issues that they have had, that they've been able to address over a period of time. Knowing the population that we have now, we have to look at it as what have you gone through, what have you done, what escapes have people tried on your watch, and what improvements or modifications have you made to the facility because of those.
Mr. Chairman, I have lots of other questions, and then we have other committee members. Will we have the opportunity to come back?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I would stop at this point and allow others to go forward.
Okay. I just want to bring, you raised a question with the surveillance cameras. You were given a letter in 2010 to install surveillance cameras because you took cut the budget for the Internal Affairs Department. It's a letter from Summerfield to you. They got a bid for Camdex security operation, video surveillance and perimeter detention. I guess he was doing the same thing. He was trying to keep some sort of security, same thing you're saying today, around the facility. Did you not respond to this letter?
I'd have to, frankly, Alderman, I'd have to see it.
All right, we'll keep it going. Thank you. Thank you. You see I highlighted that at the bottom, Charles? So you want to respond to that? Charles, you want to read what was highlighted?
Sure. Given the fact that we no longer have the resources for an internal affairs operation or the staffing pattern to develop a much-needed audit process that is similar to the format used by other correctional organizations, this type of technical support is critical excuse me, for not only preventing future security breaches, it further allows us to conduct reviews of recorded surveillance to determine compliance with perimeter patrol policies or post orders. Your prompt response to this proposal is appreciated.
The date on the top.
It's September 9th, 2010.
Correct. You want to respond to that?
Well,
Take your time.
there's several responses to this. Number one, this would have been after the FY 2011 budget was put to bed, which, and number two, there is always been about I'd have to check, but there's always been about a couple of $100,000 in both MSI and CJC in the building fund, so whether it's, I'm sorry, building and grounds fund. So this would have been incorporated into that. So if Commissioner Stubblefield wanted to do that, all he had to simply do was put that into the building and grounds fund, and it would be supported. There was not at this time, if I remember correctly, there was not
Was he not
capital
asking your
improvements.
permission?
I'm sorry, there were not any capital improvements.
Was he not asking your permission to look into this, to put these cameras out?
He says your prompt response to this proposal is appreciated. I don't know that he's. I mean, I would have asked then, do you have money in your budget to do it? That would have been a simple question.
So why didn't you respond?
I don't know if I did or not. I don't.
There's no record showing that you did.
Okay. I guess the issue.
Thanks, John. All right, I want to move on. You're next, Jeffrey. Alderman Boyd, you got any questions? No, we already went through.
So last time we were here, there was a mention of a third-party report that recommendations on
I've looked back and I do not see where the mention was about the police department, and I don't know that they've ever been in to do a complete review of either facility. They may have made a few recommendations based on staffing issues, but they've never, to my knowledge, commissioned or done a study of either facility.
Then maybe I misunderstood the last hearing, because I specifically remember somebody saying that some entity came in and they presented a report of recommendations for improvements. Did I misunderstand that by somebody?
The state came in at one time and met with Commissioner Stubblefield, and I believe they may have come up with a few items that would warrant study.
Okay. Internal affairs, so what I heard you say, you guys were going to basically make sure you have some full-time internal affairs officers to deal with issues.
We've always had them.
We're saying they do different tasks, they're not just internal affairs officers. Are they going to focus more on that?
Well, one of the answer to your question is yes, but let me explain. Because the budget was cut for the position of a person to investigate residency, different departments have asked the investigators that are under me, which there are 3 in my office, and there's 1 directly in corrections, but they all, well, all 3 out of the 4 came from corrections. So one of the things that my investigators have been tasked with is helping do investigations of residency issues. One of them will probably continue to do some of that work. The other 3, all of which who have corrections background, will spend more time doing internal audits of the corrections division.
Just so these internal affairs officers, are they basically correctional officers?
They either are currently or have previously been correctional officers before they came on as investigators. But they have been with the division for a number of years. These are not new positions. They've been in my budget every year that I've been, or in the corrections budget every year I've been Director of Public Safety. These are not new positions.
And as you work on improvements, are you putting some type of improvement plan together to change the culture of the workforce?
Alderman, we talk about that every day. How to, you know, we've got people who are very tired and who feel like the system in total is against them. So one of the things that we immediately set out to do was frankly to hire more correctional officers, and we think that'll change part of the culture, if you will. People will feel a little bit more appreciated. I think the other thing that we can do is make sure that once we do that, begin to have that conversation about discipline issues. In fact, the team that you see behind you, many of them will be at a meeting Tuesday or Wednesday of this week where we talk about discipline. And the goal really is, how are we disciplining people, correctional officers, up and down the line, and how are we utilizing our discipline? It's not just a way of hurting someone, but a way of educating as well. So we have that meeting, I believe it's Wednesday, where we actually are setting out with the Department of Personnel to have those conversations. Because I know there are a number of correctional officers who feel like I'm being put upon because I did something wrong, I did one thing wrong, and now I'm on, you know, pre-discipline or forced termination or whatever. We want to begin to change that culture as well.
Suggestion. I heard a lot about discipline. But I think if we may focus more on how to reward, celebrate, appreciate, that would change the climate more than hiring new correctional officers. Because if you have a climate where people are frustrated, there's apathy there, and so on and so forth, the new people coming in are just going to be infected by that.
And I would agree. One of the things,
I'm sorry. Discussion, Charles. I'm trying to be helpful.
No.
As you guys think about improvement plans, please consider how you can celebrate and appreciate staff better. Maybe that would help.
Alderman, I agree with you.
My last question is, do you guys keep track of attempted escapes? I know you said once they get outside of the building, it's an actual escape, but I'm just curious as to how many times there are attempted escapes, because we can hear jump on a bandwagon that people escape. But if there was 40 people that attempted it and were not successful, I think that's a reason to celebrate as well. So I'm just curious if you keep those stats.
If I may, how do we classify what may be considered an attempted escape? Is it an attempted escape, or is it something else?
Attempted escape, when an inmate is being step away from breaching security, that's an attempt. I mean, you alluded to it earlier, running out of a cell, not going out of all the way, that's the behavior out of bounds, those kind of things. Serious. So when someone you're in your track, you would break something, but doesn't.
Is it documented?
There is
Jeffrey, the way we're going to do this, if Charles is up here sitting, he's on the oath right now. None of these guys are on the oath. So if you want to ask him a question, I definitely want to put him on the oath.
I apologize.
That's fine.
Mr. Chairman.
That's fine. I just want to be clear if there's documentation actually.
It's documented, and within the IJMS system, there probably is also a write-up that staff does and submits to either lieutenant, the captain, or to the deputy, I'm sorry, or to the chief of security. So yeah, all those types of incidents are documented, yes.
Would you be able to provide that information to pass here? You know, how many attempted? I'm just curious. And obviously that were unsuccessful.
We can do that if we can agree to the definition of attempted escape. Again, somebody runs down their cell and is disruptive. I'll tell you, there was a gentleman who wasn't attempting to escape, who tore down an electrical outlet and lit his blanket. Tried to light his blanket on fire. All it did was smolder. That's an incident. That was not an attempted escape. He didn't attempt to leave the cell.
I would yield to your definition. Okay.
That's fine.
That's all.
All right. Just on the record, you know, I've been watching these. These are key individuals that are sitting behind you. I mean, this is no joking matter. Should these people be sitting here? I mean, we had the number of people escaping from our city jails. You got the chief of security, you got a superintendent, you got a captain. Your captain? Chief of security. You got some key individuals here. I mean, you got some very key individuals to run your facility. Should they be sitting here? I mean, I asked you, public safety director, to come down and discuss the issues, not these folks. I'm just thinking it's key. We don't have another escape while we got hearings going on. Should these folks be sitting here?
I think they should. If you want
questions from you, Charles.
If you want questions, I don't know everything related to. You have at least 100 years of experience and knowledge of both facilities sitting here. So if the committee wants answers to specific questions, not general but specific questions, they can provide them.
Well, that was the reason for me giving you those questions at the first hearing that you did not respond to. Again, with the number of escapes we had in the past, should these folks be sitting here?
And again, I'll answer, if in fact there are specific questions that you want to have answered.
Then if you can't answer them, then I would suggest that you send them in writing back to me. But the security of our jail system is at stake right now. I'm looking at these guys. Because when I took the tour of CJC, took the tour of MSI, these folks was making the rounds. So who are in substitution of these folks, since we got a big void here already in our system, prison system, as far as employees, who are substituting these guys?
It would be the captains, there might be the housing unit managers.
So how many captains do you have currently over at CJC? I thought I saw them in the cuts. One. So is he at work now? So what about MSI? So who's overseeing MSI? Lieutenants. That is not a smooth move, my brother. You got some key individuals here. I would refer, not a good scene. I would always take the safety of this city as a priority. these folks, you can ask them questions later and they can send them back to us. I would say you need to send them to work if they need to be at work. And that's your call. You're the public safety director. But how embarrassing would it be if we had an escape Charles right now and these folks are down here at City Hall answering questions? They're not even answering questions. They're not going to ask any questions. I'm not planning on talking to these folks today at all.
All right.
Okay? All right, I want to apologize. I did bypass my colleague, Craig Schmidt. Craig Schmidt is a new member of the Board of Aldermen Public Safety Committee, and I went directly to Judge Board. I want to apologize publicly. All right, Craig Schmidt, you got any questions?
I was going to tell you I was new to the committee, Director, but you probably already knew that. All right, I think that Alderman Kennedy covered whether there were any commonalities with regard to any of the escapes, and I think you said that the commonalities were human error.
There was human error, yes, and
There was also the design issues, which you're also taking a look at.
there are, by my definition, I've gone over this with the president of the BPS. There are some issues that I would call design issues that need to be addressed. They were not directly related, however, to the escapes. But there are issues of design that we must look at. One was, obviously, at CJC there was a panel, and the person was able to get through the panel. We've since bolted that, and so you can't do that anymore. But there's some other things that we're looking at relative to CJC.
I thought that in fact did lead to the escape because
That incident, yes, sir. Yes, sir. And so we've taken care of that room where that incident took place. But we're also looking at all the other, making modifications to that entire infirmary area.
Isn't there some sort of accreditation process for our justice facilities? Hospitals have accreditation, schools have accreditation.
Yes, sir, there is.
Correctional facilities have accreditation. What's our accreditation process for MSI and CJC?
We would have, there's a national team that comes in to accredit, and they do a review of your facilities. And I would assume they also do a review of your protocols and your staffing, et cetera. It's a national process.
And since those folks are gone, do you know off your head what that national team, what it's called?
I do not remember the name of the I'll call it an institute, but the name of the organization, it doesn't matter.
Do you know how often they review whether it's MSI or CJC?
They don't. That's an invitation. And my understanding is that you invite them because you want to be accredited.
And have they been invited to St. Louis?
Not to my knowledge.
Is there a cost that's associated with that accreditation process?
Not to my knowledge.
And so who would make the decision to invite them?
I think that would be a team effort. I would think that the detention superintendents, along with the chiefs of security, along with, frankly, with the health coordinator for our health program, as well as the person who's in charge of our protocols to make sure that because again, this is a multifaceted review, and so each entity has to be comfortable with those assignments. And so there would be a team effort to say, we think we're ready for accreditation. Director, do you want to make the call? Do you want to send a letter? However that process evolves, yes.
What would be the benefits to accreditation, do you think, or are there?
I think there's several. I think Alderman Kennedy sort of alluded to one, which would be staff morale, that they have participated in a process that led to national accreditation. I think, and that's something literally to crow about. I think the other thing is it means that we're on top of our game, that we have done all things necessary to ensure, or try to ensure, try to ensure not only safety to individual inmates, but correctional officers and the public.
So is that being explored now to advise?
Yes. Yes, sir, it is.
And what would we expect to get from them? Would we expect to get some sort of written report that would cover design and personnel and procedures and those sorts of things?
They would, I don't know about design, but they review our protocols, they probably review our staffing, our health operation, and that's sort of a multifaceted, multi-layered approach. And so they would review all of that information.
And you talked about, Director, you talked about the procedures when there is an escape in terms of looking at the route and how they figured out which shift to do that particular deed. Is there currently a process where you clear out an area? I'm thinking, for instance, I know in pools and so forth, they'll have everybody come out and they take a real look to see what kind of situations are there, whether there's any hazards or they miss somebody or anything like that in a pool. They'll have everybody get out of that area. Do you have a procedure like that in the justice facility or in the MSI where you'll take a particular area and just look at that whole area? Even before there's an escape.
Let me try and answer your question this way. For example, every night when there are showers, once the person goes into the shower, the correctional officer is supposed to make a review of their cell to see if there's anything that's broken, anything that's missing, anything that would create a hazard to both that individual as well as obviously another correctional officer. So they're supposed to do that every time. Also, you have periods where a whole pod will be gone for lunch or breakfast or dinner. So there's an expectation built into those situations that someone should be making the rounds to see if there's any disturbances, if there's anything missing, if there's anything that could be used to either hurt, again, a correctional officer or an inmate. So that's done on a regular basis, and it has to be done virtually every shift.
And for instance, they were having problems with some of the school buses, so they started having the bus drivers would have to actually fill out a form that would indicate that there wasn't anybody, that they had actually done that sort of process, looked through the bus, made sure there wasn't anybody there. Is there a written process where, I know the expectation may be there, but that correctional officer actually does the review and signs off and says, I've done this?
Alderman, forgive me, I did forget another thing. There is, by protocol, a shakedown that is done in every area. More lends itself to MSI than the Justice Center. But in the protocols, there's a shakedown that is done once a month in each area. And so a captain will assign a group to go in, and obviously the inmates are moved away, and they will conduct a shakedown of that unit area. And that's done on a monthly basis. There is a report written. Whether there's anything found or not, there is a report written, yes. So I do apologize. I
Okay,
did
for
forget
the
that.
daily review, is a report written every day when this, you said every night there's a review of the cell when that individual goes to the shower. Is there a report?
No, I think that was only if they find something. For example, if if I take somebody to the shower and I go look in their cell and I notice there's some glass that's missing, or there's some metal that's missing from some part, then I would write that into the IJMS system that documents the activities of that evening. I would say inmate is something is missing or something's defective, and it would go into the IJMS system, which would then, there also would be a written report that would basically, if it was a maintenance issue, it would go to they would write up the maintenance need, which would then go to, I believe, the captain, which would then go to either Tom Ray, the maintenance operator, or the detention superintendent.
And in terms of the segregation, which is another part in terms of getting certain folks who are more violent in certain areas and so forth, any of these escapes related to the segregation policies or procedures? Did you know
let me answer that a little differently. If I don't answer your question directly, then we can do that again. One of the things that we're working on is classification.
Right.
And one of the things that we had noticed were there were people that were not classified correctly because we did not have all the information. One of the things that we have to do is we have to process a lot of people in a very short period of time. And occasionally, we're not given all the information either from perhaps the state, the feds, any other jurisdictions, and we have to move people from one location to the other. I would argue the last escape that happened at MSI, that person should have never been there because not what their charge was, but their history. Right. And so they had tried to escape out of other places. They should have never been there. But because we did not get that information originally, and the charge, I don't remember exactly what the gentleman's charge was, but it was not something that would have suggested they were escape prone. We moved them over to MSI. And so what we've done is we have worked with those institutions that give us information and said we need it much more timely so that we can make decisions. We're also asking a little bit different question from our folks who are going to be inmates with us to try and ascertain, are we classifying them correctly? Should they be at CJC or should they be at MSI?
So where can we get that information? Would it be from police and probation and parole, or where would we get that information?
Police, probation and parole, DEA, FBI, all the information that we need to assess that person and critically classify them correctly. So it could be, for example, that one institution has a hold on someone and we didn't know it previously, and we're saying, depending on your charges, well, you did a misdemeanor, so you should go over to MSI. We now get your charges, and it shows 2 attempted escapes. You shot at a police officer. You've done other violent things. Before, we may not get that for a day or 2. Now we're getting it in a much more timely manner that we can make better critical decisions about where they're placed, where they're housed.
And then
so I hope that.
Yes, I would.
The other thing I may add is one of the things we are asking and have asked for some time was gang affiliation. Sometimes we can recognize that, sometimes by the tattoos you have on your arms or wherever, and sometimes we have to dig a little deeper. But we're also asking that information because that may play into not just where you're located, CJC or MSI, but specific housing unit you're then placed in.
Right. And you indicated that there are now 2,200 folks with us, both combined MSI and CJC, and 4 years ago there were 2,258. Do you know how the staff numbers compare or contrast?
I think they compare almost exactly the same as we did 4 years ago.
Thank you.
True. Questions?
Yes, I have a couple. You indicated in 1901 we had 2,100 inmates.
2001.
2001, I'm sorry. You had, yeah, 1901, that would have been great. So the 2000, what was the staff ratio at that time between the inmates and the and the staff?
Alderman, correctional facilities are not done by staff ratio. They're done by specific posts that must be staffed. And I would argue that the posts may have changed slightly over the last couple of years because of issues related to the infirmary and the 5th floor. But the posts are what drives where a particular correctional officer must be located in the building. That's what drives the number. It's not the number of inmates versus the number of correctional officers. And I think, as you know, when we went to CJC, there was a correctional officer who basically said she has got 30 or 40 people in that area, and she was comfortable with that number. So I think it has more to do with where particular posts are located and make sure that those posts are staffed appropriately as the detention superintendent and as chief of security agree.
But, you know, like I indicated to her, that was not a question that she was supposed to answer. I mean, why would she sit up and say, I don't need any help, and she don't know what the appropriate staff ratio was? So she was an employee manning the post, saying that she could handle it. And if all things were good, that would be good. But in another life, I kind of chaired appropriations, corrections, and social services. And the state institution had staff inmate ratios. And I don't understand why you wouldn't have them.
And it may be that it is a
And
jail.
they also had male-female ratios under certain circumstances.
I can't answer
Well,
why.
you never had a female, you know, in some certain circumstances by herself.
I can't. I would have to look into why the state has, and it may be the difference between a jail and a prison, but since I've started as director of public safety, they have always talked about not ratio, but about the posts that must be staffed on a 24/7 basis.
Yeah, but that's further, well, okay, well, I don't know.
And this comes from both the detention superintendents and the chiefs of security. So when we have the conversation about how much staff do you need, they don't talk about staff to inmate ratio. They talk about the posts that must be staffed on a regular basis.
But you know, but when you really reduce everything that Alderman Carter, Kennedy, Smith, Boyd, and everybody before me said, it all really comes back down to the money, if I'm understanding it correctly. And I think Alderman Boyd touched on it when he was talking about the environment and the culture that currently exists in the institution, and you alluded to it 10, 12 times when you were saying these inmates are more violent, they're more focused, they are aggressive, they're self-loading, and they have no fear of dying, let alone being punished. In 2001, what percent of your inmates were mentally ill?
I can't answer that. And I think we have changed providers since that time. So I don't know that we can get an accurate number of how many inmates at that time had a mental health issue. And I would also argue the diagnosis have changed since 2001. So you would to some degree be comparing apples to oranges.
No, but I made it, the only reason I referenced 2001 is that you referenced it early when you were saying we had no escapes over that period of time.
Since 2001.
Yeah, when you, relative to that. Well, currently, what percent of the inmates are mentally ill?
I have heard from, and again, this is relative to the number of who's in the building at the time, but I've heard as much as 80% of our inmates have some mental health issue. Now, again, that's not a static number. It's not 80% every day because people leave all the time. And so, you know, it may be Monday with the inmate population that came in and those that were there, I might be at 80. By Friday, because I've changed 20 to 30% of my population, I might have a different number. It's never a static number.
Okay, and I understand that, you know, the rotation. But should you be a correctional facility or should you be a mental health facility?
I am a correctional facility.
I'm going to ask the question, based on the people that you have in jail, should you be a mental health facility or a correctional facility?
We're a correctional facility because of who we house. People who have committed, people who are purported to have committed, or accused of committing a crime.
How many mental health beds currently exist in the city of St. Louis, controlled by the city of St. Louis?
Controlled by the city of St. Louis? I don't know of any that are controlled by the city of St. Louis.
So the city of St. Louis has no mental health facilities or access for mentally ill people. Is that correct?
No, we have access. We don't
What-
own them.
Who owns
we may
them
have
outside of BJC and a couple other?
Well, there are a number of nonprofit or
I think they
private
closed the
providers.
emergency room on Delmar, didn't they? The mental
Actually, it's on its way to
facility.
open back up.
They opened it back up?
It's going to open back up.
It's going to, or it has?
I believe it is going to. I think that's a late October, early November issue. But we have access to mental health care and providers. Some are nonprofit, some are for-profit.
So 80% of your medical staff provide mental health services to the inmates?
I'm sorry, repeat that for me.
Are you telling me that you have adequate staff to provide mental health treatment to 80% of the inmates?
No, I didn't. I would never say that, no.
So the environment is caustic and it's hostile, and it shouldn't even be exist. It shouldn't exist in the first place. And that's the bottom line. The bottom line is, if you close all the mental health facilities, you did it to save money. If you had a lack of staffing, which I've heard throughout this, because of the budget, you did it to save money. If you have 30 and 40 vacancies that you said you can't fill, you did that to save money. We have correctional facilities all over the state of Missouri, in rural areas where you have no population, and they don't have a problem filling correctional officers' jobs, and nobody else does. And an unemployment rate in the black community is 40%. Across the board is about 18 to 20%, and you're going to tell me you can't find correctional officers? And these vacancies have been there. The budget cuts, when you say the position has not been filled, if the position wasn't filled, then somebody told you not to fill it. So they were not filled because they hadn't been filled. So somebody said, we don't need these positions, or we can do without them because we haven't had anybody to break out since 2001. So you start cutting back, and that's what's going on. And until you get full staffing, and until you start really looking at who you have in jail and why they're in jail, and if corrections is a solution to the city's problem, because if they're insane and you put them back on the street, then we got to deal with them again. So the problem, I think, is greater, and then the pitiful part about it is you know it, the administration know it, the Board of Aldermen know it, everybody knows what's going on, and nobody is addressing the issue of mental illness prior, during, and after these people are going to your facility.
Let me respond to several things. Number one, the position very specifically that was being discussed earlier was a housing unit manager. That position was in the budget and had not been filled for months. There has never, ever been a time when correctional officers were, that we were cutting, let me rephrase that. There was never a time when we were not, did not have correctional officers that we wanted to have hired. The issue of correctional officer, once, entry-level position, is of one of your past. And much like a police officer, much like somebody from the marshal's office, you have to have a fairly clean record previous to that. But we have now, since we've worked with Department of Personnel much closer, we have plenty of people on the list to be hired, which is why we are now ramped up and hiring on a regular basis. Again, we will hire about 39 people between now and the end of December. But so the correctional officer one positions that, and part of it is just you get to that point where you may do a background check and you find out that this person cannot be a correctional officer for a variety of reasons. Then you do the interview, and then some of those people are weeded out. You then go and visit a correctional facility, and you decide, I don't want to do this. I turn in my application like I turned in applications all over the place, but this is not really what I want to do. So you may start with a class, if you will, of 25, and by the time all the interviews and all of the other issues are done, you'll end up with 9 or 10 or 12, and we'll go with that just to begin to put people in the system.
But Charles, you know that's not fair. You hire somebody to be a correctional officer, then you put them in an environment where 80% of the people are insane, and then they don't say, no, I don't want to be there either.
Well, we try very hard to
You are wrong for hiring them as a correctional officer and not letting them know what they have to deal with.
No, they do the tour, so they know what they walk through and know what they have to deal with. But again, it is very difficult, even on a tour that we had.
Sure, man, look, we beating you up, but I know it's not you. You know, so you don't try to justify that, man. You can't justify that because you didn't do it. Well, you didn't pull the trigger.
But we house as inmates.
Look, I'm through with it. You heard me. I believe it. You know it's true, and everybody in this room knows it's true.
All right, thank you, Alderman. Alderman French, any questions?
Good morning, Mr. President.
Good morning.
Let me follow up with actually something that Alderman Troop was asking about the staffing. Do you think the place right now is staffed adequately?
No.
Both places?
No. It goes by post. So there's two questions here. Number one, are all our posts filled? That answer is yes. But we need more staffing because obviously we're running a tremendous amount of overtime. We need more people in there. We also need the relief factor that needs to be accounted for, and it's roughly 1.7 per post. So are there adequate staff in terms of is every post filled? That answer is yes. Do we need more people so that people aren't working 10+ hour days? That answer is also yes. And that's what we're committed to do, is to get people off of those 10+ hour days and have them work a regular schedule and have more people in that system.
So that's what you're committed to do now. But how long has that situation been going on? And when you say we are committed to it now, who is we?
That would be me, the administration, and our corrections officials.
So, but you and the administration have left those positions open for many years.
We don't leave positions open. I've signed the way the process works is the commissioner or his or her designee will send to the director a request for staffing. And so they may turn in a request based on the number of vacancies they have and anticipated vacancies. And I have signed every request and submitted it to the Department of Personnel every time a request has come across my desk for correctional officers, every single time. So that's the way the process works. It starts with the commissioner to submit a request for personnel.
So your position is that those positions have remained open all these years because the commissioner didn't fill them or the personnel department didn't fill them? Because they were in the budget, correct?
They have been in the budget. In fact, we had an increase in this fiscal year.
So
Well, I
why
want
were
to say
they
12
not-
people, it might be a little more, I'm sorry.
So why were the CO positions not filled?
I would ask that due to the ongoing investigation.
Which
that-
investigation?
Of Commissioner Stubblefield, that I reserve the right not to answer that question.
So you're not going to answer the question?
No.
Okay. I'm going to come back to that one, but let me first ask you, do you think that not having adequate staffing presents a safety problem inside of the jail?
Again, the issue of staffing is twofold. Every post is filled. And so if you look at the quote-unquote staffing issue, every post is filled. What we determined in every case that there was an escape, where there were probable human error involved, but the staff was there. The post was filled.
So my question is, the current situation, the one you just described, where you have people filling in for empty spots, does that create an unsafe environment inside the jail?
I don't know that it creates an unsafe environment in the jail. In terms of, there are 99.9% of the people who are there are doing a wonderful job each and every day. They're working hard, they show up for work, they do everything that is necessary for their job. But again, you unfortunately had a few people who wanted to cut corners, who didn't do things appropriately. The issue of having more people in the system allows you to allows people to take days off, allows people to only work 8 hours in a day as opposed to 10, 12 or more. So when you use the word staffing, I'm very specific about that, because staffing in a jail means, are the posts filled? And that answer is yes.
So to get people in those spots, has corrections regularly had people working out of their classifications? That is, somebody taking on an upper job just because that position is filled?
No.
Charles, you're on the oath.
No, you might have a situation where you might take on, and CO1's duties are basically to be a correctional officer. Now, there might be a point where you are acting out of title as a lieutenant for whatever reason, a brief period of time, but I don't know that on a regular basis CO1s are acting quote-unquote out of title.
Well, let's not limit the question to CO1s. All positions, of all the vacancies you have over there in the Division of Corrections, have people been regularly working out of their classification, that is, taking on somebody else's job to make up for these vacancies?
The way you ask the question, I cannot answer it, because I am hesitant to say who's been working out of title and what their duties have been. Again, when you sort of look at the area supervision concept, there were people who were, by definition, perhaps working out of title, or were given an acting title instead of being appointed to a particular position. So, for example, you actually had someone who was an acting chief of security, which was not a position, I believe at the time, that was funded in the budget. And then they were at some point appointed to that position. But you sort of get in this gray area with the Department of Personnel over, it's a CO2, a lieutenant position. Or is it an appointed position that where you have in your budget, you have a CO1, CO2, and a lieutenant? Or who's a unit manager, and were they appointed to that position, or are they acting out of title to that position? And so that's part of the issue was who's acting out of title, and we saw this in the fire department. Who's acting out of title, meaning they are accepting responsibility for something that they may not have been trained for, that may be non-budgeted, that may mean that they have to increase their salary because of that.
That's my question. It's a yes or no question. So is that occurring? Are these people working out of their classification?
I don't know at this moment, as you ask me, that there's a situation. I don't know of a situation that you ask that right now, this moment, someone is acting out of title.
I'm not saying today on October 17th, but I'm saying, has that been the situation?
There might have been people who were acting out of title. I don't know if that's a routine. I don't know if that person was granted that. Let's say somebody was short on they were short of union manager. No, bad example. They were short of lieutenants, and so somebody had to act as a lieutenant for a night or a week.
Okay, Mr. Bryson. Well, look, it seems like it has been an ongoing situation. We've got a series of correspondences between the Department of Personnel and you personally. January 7th, 2011, a memo from Richard Frank, Director of Personnel, to you, the Director of Public Safety. On a related matter, the Department of Personnel is very concerned about correctional employees being worked out of their classifications and has accordingly notified corrections about this. That was to you. On April 21st, 2011, email to you, the Department of Personnel does not have requisitions for any of these CO vacancies and corrections, and you are fully aware of that, nor have we regularly received said requisitions in the recent past. Skipping ahead, my Deputy Director, Linda Thomas, has advised you on several occasions that you have made too many cuts to the staffing pattern in the corrections divisions in the past, resulting in insufficient coverage being given to pod configuration and necessary staffing ratio of units. This insufficient staffing pattern has resulted in increased overtime costs, a fact that you had at least verbally recognized to the Department of Personnel, hence my disappointment in your remarks, and you've replied to that. So it sounds like it's been an ongoing thing, and in fact, and I guess we'll at some point call the Department of Personnel in here, but I think that they did inform you that that situation had been going on for a long time and told you it could no longer occur.
Some of those positions that you describe as working out of title are ongoing. One being, and I alluded to this earlier.
So they are happening today on October 17th.
If I may. Okay. One is the correctional training officer, correctional training coordinator position. It's something that has been going on for quite some time. There were at one time a number of, I don't know, I cannot remember, frankly, what they were, if they were lieutenants or captains that were out of title. They actually filed, I guess, a lawsuit of some sort over that matter, saying that they had been working out of title, one, and number two, were not receiving the pay for working out of title. There were, I want to say, 7 of them or 8 of them. So yes, I was aware of that. You're asking me, had that going on for some time? That answer is yes. We have tried to make sure that everyone is in their proper title, in their proper title, which is one of the reasons we're trying to hire more captains, trying to hire more lieutenants, and finally hire a correctional training officer so that that person will be entitled. And then we'll have to move people around appropriately. So in terms of some of the upper management positions that had gone on previously.
And that happens why? Because these positions are left vacant and they have to be filled because they're critical positions. Somebody has to do the job.
Yes.
So why were those positions left vacant?
as with the previous discussion with Correctional Officer 1s, we are investigating the issue of hiring, and so I would defer.
Well, let me ask you a direct question then. This isn't about...
But again, I will say, Alderman, every time a request came across my desk, every time, I signed it and sent it to the appropriate channel.
Every time?
Every single time.
Okay. Okay, so let me ask you a direct question then. At any time, did you instruct anyone under you not to fill those positions?
Well, the only person under me is the deputy director, so the answer is no.
The commissioner?
Oh, the commissioner? No, I've never. If I signed a request, then that means I assume the positions will be filled.
Okay. All right, we'll come back to that one.
And if you have correspondence to say don't fill that position, it may have been I would rather see this than that. What are your recommendations? But I don't know that any given time, if I signed a request, I don't know of any given time that I signed a request and said, I'm going to sign this, but don't fill it.
Okay. Have you ever asked anybody to eliminate those positions from their budget?
I think that's part of budget negotiations, whether that's corrections or any other division.
Okay. So you have asked them to reduce some CO positions at some point?
I don't know that I've done that. I'd like to see the documentation that says that I did that.
Okay. All right, we'll come back to that too. The two facilities right now, the CJC facility and the MSI facility, are they over capacity?
I think in total they might be by a little bit, but not by much. I don't know what the count is for today.
But they are over capacity.
Again, they may be slightly over.
Okay. Do you have any idea what the capacity is of either facility? Round numbers, roughly.
I would want to guesstimate, sir.
Okay. How many? So they are over capacity, but what we understand also is that there are many cells that are offline at both facilities.
Yes, there are.
So the facility was built to house X number of people and X number of cells, and you've got over X number of people, but even in less cells.
But they are still in cells, yes.
Okay, but they're kind of overcrowded. How many cells are offline at the Justice Center right now?
I believe that number to be 52.
52. Okay, and how many cells are offline at MSI right now?
It's a pod, probably, I'd rather not guess. I'd have to get that number for you.
Is it about 52 or 54? That's what I remember from the tour.
I'd rather not guess. I'd rather be accurate.
Okay. It says about 50. Why are those cells offline at CJC?
The cells are offline at CJC because, again, I would argue that there's a design flaw where the inmate can lay on the top bunk and kick out the part of the ceiling, depending on how tall the inmate is. They can kick out part of the ceiling. And so we've had to work with KAI, which now we're working with Cosley Wagner, and BPS to design a ceiling that obviously people can't kick out of.
So you say on the top bunk, meaning there's double bunks?
Yes.
Was it designed to hold double bunks?
Yeah, that's the way.
That's included in the original capacity number?
Yes, sir.
So is this design flaw the same design flaw that led to the escape?
No, they're not even comparable.
Really? So, but didn't in the escape from CJC, the inmate access a hatch in the ceiling of his cell?
What they basically did was they there's a certain type of bed that must go into the infirmary that has more of a hospital features, more of a hospital bed. What they did was they took off the mattress, used the hospital bed to climb up to the ceiling, escape out of an escape hatch, a maintenance hatch, and climb. I don't get too technical, but they were able to climb out into the front.
Now, is this same maintenance hatch the one that's in the other 50 cells?
No, it is not. It is, in fact, my understanding is that those particular cells are created in a way to reduce. The reason why there's a sort of a lattice work, if you will, for lack of a better term, was that there's a standard on noise, and so you had to be able to reduce some of the noise in an inmate cell, because you know these are concrete, and so that it reverberates.
Another person to the list.
So the sound reverberates, and to sort of reduce the sound, they created this duct work, if you will, or this sort of mesh ceiling, which frankly is not strong enough to hold inmates, but it is also, it leads to the ductwork, but you cannot get out of the building that way. And so they are two very different. What happened in their infirmary and what is going on in those cells are two very different things.
But the problem is serious enough to take 50 cells offline.
Yes.
When were they taken offline?
They were taken offline, my understanding is June of this year.
And is there any plan or strategy to fix the situation? Any money secured to fix the situation?
Yes. We are working with Cozney Wagner, and BPS is overseeing the project for us. And we're looking at, we've taken a cell and we're configuring a different type of ceiling that would not allow an inmate to be able to kick the ceiling in or kick the ceiling up.
And where's that money coming from?
We're looking at building and grounds, the CJC budget for building and grounds.
How much is in that budget?
I don't know offhand.
We're talking hundreds of thousands, millions, what?
Hundreds of thousands, I believe.
How much is that problem going to cost?
That's why we're only doing one cell to see how much the potential cost may be.
Do you think there's enough money in that fund to fix all 50 cells?
I don't know that answer. I don't want to speculate.
When are those 50 cells going to get back online?
As soon as we take a look at that cell and do our review and determine if that's an appropriate fix for that cell. If it is, then yes, we'll have to find the resources to fix all 50 cells or whatever.
But you don't have that right now, so you can.
Well, I don't know the answer to that question of how much it's going to cost, so I don't know if I have it now or not.
Okay, but you guys felt good enough, secure enough about that to include it in your first report. Actually, it's Mr. Dodson, so I'll ask him about that a little later. But his first report is that was the solution, but you don't really have any money or plan, really.
Well, if that works, then that will be the plan. I don't know how much that is going to cost in total to fix all the cells. We believe that it is a decent fix. Cozney Wagner believes it's a decent fix, but they want to make sure that that's a good fix, because you're going to have to then weld some material together, and so we need to know prime materials, total cost to fix each and every cell, because they're all configured roughly the same, and then figure out where the resources come from.
Okay. So until you fix those in the remaining cells, and do you have any idea how many total cells there are over at the Justice Center?
I don't remember all of them.
So in the remaining cells, though, those are overpopulated right now. They've got more people than that place are designed to fit in that number of cells.
I would argue that might be true.
You would argue what?
I would argue that might be true.
Okay. And you still have the staffing issues. So the place right now is understaffed and overpopulated. Does that
It's not understaffed. Every post is staffed properly.
Because of overtime?
Because of overtime.
Okay. Do you think that situation creates an unsafe environment?
I can't answer that. I think the issue is going to be staff has stepped up to the plate, and they monitor very, very closely inmate movement, inmate activity. I don't think it's any more or less safe. I think when we look at the classification again, talk about something that happened earlier, are two or three people able to be in a cell properly together? So are there, do we see any markings that would indicate that if we put these three people in a cell that they come from different or rival gangs? Those kinds of issues. So we're much more cognizant of those, I think, than we may have been a little bit previous to this.
So let's talk about MSI now. So same situation over there. You've got about 50 cells offline. Why are those cells offline?
We had to do maintenance after the inmate escaped. We had to do several different types of maintenance on. After the inmate escaped, we have to do several types of maintenance on the glass block. And while they were out, I think we're also painting that part of the facility. But the glass block, because it was glass block, took time for the company that was going to provide maintenance. They had to cut out an area and then then put glass block in that area. And we also took then the time, because we don't want this to happen again, we put wire mesh, and you saw that on the tour. We put wire mesh over all of those glass block areas, and we're going to do that throughout the glass block in all the cells.
Okay. So same situation as today. We have the same situation over at MSI as well. You've got more people than the place is designed to hold in even less cells than are available in the place. Right?
I don't know how many people MSI was designed to hold.
You don't know?
I don't remember off the top of my head.
So you don't know if that place is overpopulated or not?
I stated that earlier. I wasn't quite sure if we have if the place is overpopulated or not. That I'm not sure about. I would assume we do have a few people over our maximum, but I don't know how many.
Okay. So you don't know if the place is overpopulated. But we do know that they have the same staffing issues. They don't have the number of COs and personnel that are in the budget, and to make up for that, they are requiring overtime of their employees.
That's correct.
So it's still possibly understaffed and overpopulated at that facility as well.
It may be overpopulated. Again, by the definition of staffing, there's a person at the post as appropriate.
But to do that, you have to spend more money than you have, and you have to require people to work in positions that they are out of their classification.
And that's why we have gone to try to hire as many people as we possibly can.
So let's talk about that. When did that start? When did your push to start hiring and fill those positions start?
I want to say July 17th was one of my last communiques about staffing.
July 17th this year?
Yes.
So that was after 3 escapes?
I'd have to, something to that effect.
Okay. Yeah, it just seems that if you look at the timeline, help me out here, looks at the timeline, the city had a rash of escapes around 2001, 2002. Okay? Mr. Stubblefield came in and was hired by the city around 2002. Escape stopped. We have a long period there between 2002 to 2010, nobody escapes. You came in as public safety director around what year?
2008, 2009.
Around fiscal year 9-10, is that when you started cutting positions from that budget?
I'd have to look at each individual year's budget to determine what those conversations were.
Had you gotten any correspondences from anybody in corrections warning that these cuts were creating an environment that were unsafe and becoming unmanageable?
I think there might have been one piece of correspondence. I'd have to remember what, I'd like to see what that refers to. I think the issues were, we still had roughly at one time the equivalent of positions that we had in 2006 or 7 when we had 2258. I think there might have been a document warning. I'd have to review it to see what it said and what the implications are. Again, you also have to remember the environment in total, where a number of city departments were asked to reduce due to budget issues.
So, let me stop you there. So when you got that warning saying that these staffing cuts were creating an unsafe environment, what was your response?
I'd have to see it to know if I responded or how I responded. But I will tell you this, that every division reviews their budget with me before it's submitted the first time to the to the budget division. And then when we get the markup back, and before we go to Ways and Means, we review the budget again. Then we get another markup from Ways and Means, we review the budget again. There's no time that I would submit a budget that has not been to some degree agreed to. They're not going to agree to every line item, but has not been agreed to by the commissioner. So every budget goes through at least two, every time there's a budget, there are at least 2 meetings between me and that specific commissioner about the details related to their budget.
Okay, but after those meetings, if a commissioner is telling you that these cuts that you are making me take, because of course nobody wants their budget cut, it's not their choice. They're saying these cuts that you're making me take is impeding the mission of our division and creating an unsafe environment. It's not their fault then, is it, that the budget is cut? I mean, you're saying they agreed to it, but they don't really have a choice in that matter.
Well, to some degree, the budget then goes to Ways and Means, and you have conversation about how many people to add on or how many people to take off. I mean, I think it's a series of events. It starts with the budget division, as you know, giving you the markup and saying, here's where we want you to be. It is up to that commissioner to then mold the budget as appropriate. Now, you have several divisions under me where literally 90-something% of their budget is salaries, corrections being one of them. But, you know, the budget, so you're given a budget by the budget division. Once that budget is given to that commissioner then is in charge of reviewing their budget, saying, here's what I need. They give that to me. I then have a meeting with that commissioner to go over that budget. It is then whatever changes and modifications they want to make, it then goes to the budget division. The budget division will review it. We'll have a meeting about it between the budget division, the commissioner, myself, personnel, and then out of that comes, here's what we'd like to see your budget to be. Then it goes back through one more time, then it's given to Ways and Means. So at any point along the way, there might be a whole bunch of folk who have reviewed that budget, especially and including the commissioner, at a budget meeting between the budget commissioner, between the budget division, that commissioner, myself, Department of Personnel. So to your question, if in fact, let's say, for example, if in fact, let's say, for example, that, well, here's the budget that is returned to you. If you want to add positions, how would you do that? One of the ways to do it is you would look in other areas within your budget. For example, building and grounds.
I'm familiar with the budget process. Let me ask you this. In general, do you think that the Division of Corrections is important to the public safety of St. Louis?
Yes.
Other two departments that deal with public safety, police department and fire department was shielded from furlough cuts, correct? They weren't asked to take those cuts.
No, the fire department, I believe, had furloughs. I believe the management of the fire department had furloughs, not the individual officers.
Okay, so they were shielded. The average firefighter was shielded. But the Division of Corrections still took that furlough cut, correct?
Yes.
In the last testimony, when Paul Payne, budget director, came, he admitted that those furlough cuts actually, because of the 24-hour job of the Division of Corrections, the need to have these positions filled, and that we actually just filled those. Whenever somebody took furlough, we filled that spot with somebody being paid overtime, paying a time and a half, actually cost us money. So, at any time did you try to shield the Division of Corrections from some of these furlough cuts for two reasons? One, because it impedes the mission of corrections, but then also it doesn't actually save money, it costs money. Did you make any, did you argue that?
Actually, the commissioner sent a letter requesting that, excuse me, the commissioner sent a letter to that effect, and I believe I did sign off on that, but there's certainly not my call.
I'll let somebody else answer.
Okay, thanks. Shane, Alderman Collins.
Sorry. So I just wanted to follow up. Alderman Kennedy had inquired about just the statistics in general relative to escapes. I happened to find some information online from the Association of State Correctional Administrators. And the last year the data was available was 2001. And in 2001, based on the total prison population in the United States, there was one escape for every 2,000 inmates on an annual basis. So that would appear to be the national average. The other thing that I've just in general always had a concern about is the staffing levels within the corrections department. And I understand, Charles, that you have continually said that, the staffing levels are, fairly adequate based upon the posts being filled. When I hear that, I'm hearing basically that we're meeting the minimum expectations in terms of staffing levels. There's a whole bunch of other data out there that supports that not only is it important for the post to be filled, but also that we have that staffing levels should, also include the number of offenders, the offender classification, and the physical plant requirements, which would include the posts that are available, to accommodate the flow of traffic throughout the facility and all of that fun stuff. So, along with a host of other, different types of staffing analysis and indicators. So, I'm just still very much mindful and concerned about the level of staffing in the department, and would certainly like to learn more from the Department of Personnel at some point in time in terms of the communication that's been taking place between the two departments.
And to answer part of that, Alderman, we have done a lot in terms of, and in fact, first of all, the Department of Personnel was very much in assistance with us. In fact, now, for the first time that I know of, the position of Correctional Officer 1 is open continually. So you can always go to that and apply, which hadn't happened previously. So there's always a methodology of getting more people involved. But again, I want to differentiate between staffing and, I guess, the total number of people we have to do that staffing. There's only one person per post. The issue is we need more people to reduce the overtime. In fact, we made that claim earlier, and one of the issues was without getting too much down the road in terms of other issues, family medical leave. And we have a lot of people who take family medical leave in the Division of Corrections. And so the issue is, well, if folk wouldn't take family medical leave, then we would be properly staffed. I don't believe that. I think we need to continue efforts to hire more people and get not only the staffing right so that it's 8 hours a day, but also include the
relief factor as well. So not only are we fully staffed, meaning the total number of people, which I believe is 185 at CJC and 135 at MSI, but also make sure that the relief factors is correct as well. So if people want to take vacation, they're able to do that.
Well, that brings up a very interesting situation as well. You know, you can't refuse anyone from taking FMLA per se. I mean, it's a federally, you know, guaranteed benefit for employees. However, you know, the city does not have a third-party FMLA administrator, which gets into a lot of issues, I believe, at least around HIPAA violations and things of that nature, where managers feel a little bit more intimidated to say no to employees because they don't have the authority or the experience in managing FMLA. And, you know, I think we're a little bit too generous in that regard in terms of the city and our administration efforts. It's a little bit easier when you have a third-party administrator and you don't have other types of violations that are coming into it. But, you know, the corrections department in particular, you know, we are talking about staffing levels here, and, you know, I believe, if I recall correctly, the corrections department has a 57% approval rating for FMLA right now. Like 57% of the staff in corrections has been approved for some form of FMLA, whether or not that's you know, a one-time occurrence or intermittent leave. You know, I think there's a lot of analysis that needs to take place around that as well. You know, when you have 57% of your staff approved for FMLA, that is going to have a significant impact on your ability to staff adequately. So, you know, I'm definitely willing and wanting to learn more about that and how that's going to be managed going forward.
And I would agree.
Charles, I know that you're not like directly responsible for the day-to-day management of the department, but at the end of the day, you know, you are the one that has ultimate responsibility for it. So I am curious to see how that, you know, communication has transpired between you and the, you know, commissioner who's, you know, currently suspended, and also, you know, what plans we have going forward to make sure that this doesn't continue to happen.
Is that it?
Yes, thank you.
Nothing? Hey, Charles, thanks. We're going to take a...
Mr. Chairman,
You got a question?
I have a question.
Go ahead.
Thank you. It's my understanding that the Board of E&A cut, that was a motion made by President Reed and supported by Comptroller Green, cut money out of the corrections budget and put it into communications. Do you know how much was taken out at that point?
I don't, but I do remember the scenario, and that is correct, that there was money that was taken from corrections to support communications. But I do not, I apologize, I don't remember the amount.
Do you know why, I mean, do you know what the rationale was for President Reed and Comptroller Green to take that money out of corrections and put it into communications? It seems, you know, dangerous.
I don't, other than the fact that communications budget had been cut previous to that, and I think that was a way of attempting to make them as close to whole as they possibly could.
I see. Did they feel communications had a significant public safety aspect to it?
Alderman, I can't answer that, but it was a cut. We did get a few additional positions, but overall the budget for corrections was cut.
Could you find out how much money was cut through that by E&A and moved into communications?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. I don't have any other questions.
Okay. Thanks, Alderman. Thanks, Mr. Bryson. We're going to take a 10-minute break.